たの見せる正体、誰も読めないカルテ、不可思議知りたいだけ。
Yo, what is going on, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Hope everyone is having an awesome day today. Today we are continuing where we left off last week, or on Saturday actually. We're going to jump into some game development here, and I swear I'm not procrastinating. I will get this game out eventually. I think we were still having some trouble with the encryption on the saving system, but I have a full test of that working now, with all the different steps working. So I'm hoping that today's the day that we can actually use it in the Midnight Sun project. But yeah, I hope everyone had an awesome weekend. I would have actually streamed yesterday, but it was like 90 degrees or plus in my house, and we don't have air conditioning. And man, I couldn't even like sit down to like work at my computer yesterday. In fact, one of my cats started having a heat exhaustion problem, which was not fun. So we had to get her cooled down and and feeling better. We put her upstairs in a colder room, and she basically just stayed there for the rest of the day, drinking water and stuff. But yeah. So let's get into it. Let's jump over to the desktop here. I've already got Dark Matter Studios tools solution pulled up. I've already got the Dark Matter Studios Unity project pulled up. And what I was going to show off first is we have this save load test where we can, let's delete everything out of this verification save file. And let's open up the folder where these are saved to. And as you can see, we have the save there, but we're going to delete it. And we are going to create a new save here. Call this Dark Matter. And yeah, that all looks fine. So we're going to save this to disk. And this is the full process. It should be serializing this top save file. It should be serializing it, taking the serialized version and compressing it, taking the compressed version and encrypting it, or actually it generates the hash first before it does the compression and encryption. So it'll serialize it, generate the hash, then do the compression, then do the encryption, and save it to disk. So we'll see it show up here in the folder. And then we are going to load from disk, and that should then read the save file from the disk, decrypt it, decompress it, use hash verification to make sure that it matches, and then we should get all of that data deserialized back into this verification save file. And just so you can see that I'm not taking this save file and just copying from it into this other one. Oh, there's an update in Unity for JetBrains, huh? Let's go check that really quick. No, I don't think so. Oh, there is. Yeah, I'm blind. Yeah, let's go ahead and update that really quick. But yeah, so just so you can see that I'm not just like copying the data from this save file to the verification save file, the save to disk method is using the save system and passing in that top level save file. That's what the save to disk does. And then it tells me if it failed or succeeded. And that's all handled under the hood with the save system. And then the load from disk method is, again, using the save file to load all existing save files. If none are found, it'll give me a warning. Otherwise, it will try to get the first save file that it found that matches the same GUID as this save file. And if so, we then take this verification save file and set it to the save file that was found here using link. So there is no like cheating here. Let's see, get that done. Cool. So we have an empty save folder. If we save to disk, you can see it generated a new hash. It has a new name and stuff, new hash. Verification save file is still empty, and the save was successful. So we come over here, and here is our hashed, compressed, and encrypted save file written to disk. And here's what it looks like. If we open it up, it's just this big encrypted string that's pretty much gibberish, right? So that the first half is working. And now if we try to load from disk, it should find that existing save file, decrypt it, decompress it, use hash verification, and then deserialize it into this verification save file, and all the data should match. So if we load from disk, and boom, it's like pretty much instant. The load was successful, and the verification save file looks like it matches exactly, including the hash code is there and matches as well. So that is being deserialized correctly now. So all good things. So let me make sure that I have built those packages. I don't know if you guys can hear the music loud enough. Let me turn it up a bit. Be a little better. So yeah, we're gonna rebuild or re-export my tools as Unity packages. And while that's doing that, let's go ahead and go open the Midnight Sun project. I think I might have already done this and imported the new packages into Midnight Sun already. But we were still having an issue with encryption and decryption in the Midnight Sun project for whatever reason, even though we now have a full test case working version. I guess the last thing I should do too, when it's done exporting the packages, I should play the scene so that it's, because right now it's doing this at editor time, and that seems to be working. I should play the scene and make sure that it also works the same at runtime, because maybe that's where the difference is. And if that's the case, then we can easily figure that out. Yeah, so the Midnight Sun project. So I was also going to do the same thing here. So we just have an empty scene, and we'll reset that, and we'll call this save files test. And we'll throw that guy on there. And let's open him up. Oh, that's where I was doing. I was called it save load test, actually. Well, now where does that exist? Oh, save test, sorry. Oh, save test. Now this one also is going to have a JetBrains update, so let's go ahead and do that. Just helps it work with the IDE a lot better, and then JetBrains will help to auto-populate things and give me suggestions like it's supposed to better. Cool, that's done. And we'll just name this after the object that it is. And let's try to, oh, it's still processing files here. So let's go back to the other project. Let's clear out this verification save file. And let's even delete the existing save file. Boom, deleted. And we'll keep that open just in case. So the packages were exported successfully. And now let's run this. It might actually play something. No, we're good. I have all that turned off. Oh yeah, I can't save while we're running. Duh. Let's save the scene really quick. Rerun it. Okay, so we're now running. We're now at runtime. Let's try the save test and load test again. So if we save to disk, save was successful. Sure enough, there is a save file on my disk that is now a new encrypted string. And if we then load from disk at runtime, we're still running, load from disk, and that's working. So it's working both at editor and runtime. I see no reason now why it would not work in the other project. So let's see here. I wonder if maybe part of the issue, well, I haven't actually tested yet, but I'm wondering if part of the issue is that my save system was trying to fill out this static field before it's initialized. In fact, I'm not even initializing it. That might be something else that we should do, is probably initialize it. But that will require rebuilding packages, so we'll come back to that. So for now, let's go ahead and create a new save file. And we'll open up the folder where we have save files. We have Tiago's old save file here. Let's get rid of that for a second. We want to start fresh. And let me make sure. So we have a new save file. That will create a new save file using the ID that I typed in. Then we can call save, which should save the save file. In fact, before we do that, we want to add some data to it. Add save data. So we'll just say let's fill in the context menu so we can call this from the editor. And we'll just say save file dot current dot save data dot add. And we'll just give it a test data for the test data string as the key, and the data will just also be a string that's called test data. So we'll be able to create a new save file. That automatically saves it to disk when we create that. Then we can add some new data to it so that the save file is now dirty, which means it has new data that has not yet been saved to disk. Then we can call the save method, which should then take the save file with that data that has not been saved to disk yet and reserialize it all and save it to disk. And then we're going to need a way to load the save file. In fact, we're kind of doing that already. So if we stop playing, if we do all of this, we don't need this one actually. We can create a new save file, add some data to it, resave it, and then if we stop running and then run the scene again, it should technically find all those save files. The problem is I don't know if this is set yet on start, because the save manager might need longer to loop through all the files that it's found and try to parse them into save files. So let me think about that. In fact, I think this should go in awake. That way, this is happening almost immediately. But the problem is, I still don't know that that's going to be filled in. Because this is a asynchronous task that's running in the background, right? So if we call that in awake, there's no guarantee that the save files have been filled in yet in the start method. Because technically it could still be working. So how do we want to handle that? Well, let's give it a try anyway and just kind of see what happens. But I have a feeling that these will show up as empty. You know what I can do, though, is I could do... let's create a new method to get save files, right? And then so we'll put this code up in here. We can give it a context menu. Get save files. And then right here, we'll just call get save files to see if it can do that in the start method. But then that way, if the save files are empty after trying to get it in start, we can wait a few seconds and then we can call this get save files method again to try to then get the save files at that time. So hopefully that will work. Cool. Let's jump back into it. So if we run the scene, invalid key for a persistent manager. Let's see, what are we missing? Oh, we're missing the save manager, the most important part of the test. Cool. So let's grab that guy. We'll throw him in there. Save the project, all just for good measure. And let's look at it really quick. Let me make sure that, yep, that all looks correct. Cool. So now, if we play, we should get no errors. Just an empty black screen. Awesome. And then here's our verification save file is empty, and the save files is empty. And that checks out because we don't have any save files yet. So that's actually fine. We still don't know if that's working. This is from the Dark Matter Studios project. So let's close that window so we don't confuse ourselves. So now we should be able to create a new save file. And look at that. It actually automatically showed up in the list of save files. Now, where am I using the verification save file? I don't think I'm actually using this yet. So that's fine. That's not a big deal. Let's just add some save data to it. We can't actually see it in the inspector, but we've added some new save data. And then let's go ahead and call save. And it was able to back up and save successfully. And apparently I still have some log statements that I need to get rid of. But we can see that our test data is in here. So now we should be able to stop running and clear everything out. And when we press play, hopefully that save file should actually show back up here in the save file. The verification save file won't do anything, but we do want to see it show up here in the save files. And let's test that. If we play, well, nothing showed up. And if we try to get the save files at a later time, it's still not showing up. That is interesting. But we do indeed have the save in there with the backup as well. What does the backup look like? Does it look like the same thing? It is. So saving and backing up seems to be working correctly, but we are not getting the save files. So in fact, maybe we shouldn't have that be asynchronous. Maybe that needs to run non-asynchronously, or synchronously, non-asynchronously. And maybe that could be part of the problem. So why don't we just get back, instead of a task, just a list called load save files. And in here, we're going to make this not async. And we'll just return save files there. Return save files there. And return save files there. So first we new up a list of new save files, and then we do everything synchronously in hopes that the save files will then be ready in the start method. So now, back in the save manager, let's get rid of this async, let's get rid of this await. So now that should just happen in the awake method, and we should not get to the start method until that code has completed because it's not asynchronous anymore, right? And also the other change we made was we initialized this list of save files. We hadn't done that yet. Maybe I want to make this null to begin with as well, just in case. Because the current save file should not be set at the beginning until we specifically set it. Now, this should be an abstract load save files. This should no longer have a task associated to it, because it's not a task, it just needs to happen. I have a feeling that that's not the problem, but I have a feeling that it could maybe help? I'm not sure. It's probably the encryption that's not working again, which is weird because we have confirmed that it's working. So why it wouldn't work in another project, I don't really know. That doesn't make sense to me. Okay. Let's go ahead and build this code. Don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that. I don't think we need that, or that, or that, or even that anymore. We're just looking at the save manager. In fact, let's go down into... Where was that debug code where we're backing stuff up? Let's go ahead and get rid of that now. It's probably down here in the file save system in backup. Yeah, there we go. So we can get rid of all this now, because we know that this is working. That was not working a few days ago. We got it working. We no longer need those log statements. We're going to clean up after ourselves like good developers. Alrighty. So it seems to be right here when it's trying to parse a save file and it's decrypting it that we're not getting back. We were running into like a padding exception, which is really weird because we don't get that in this project. We just get it in the other project. This no longer needs to be asynchronous. So let's fix that, and we can actually try this test again, just in case. Let's delete all existing save files. We come back here, and let's run it. So we're at runtime, and we save to disk. The save file shows up. Here it is. Then we load from disk, and we get back the same save file. So it's working at runtime with encryption, compression, etc. There's no reason for it not to work. So let's go ahead and re-export that. My gosh, it is hot today. Ooh, I guess I've been dropping some frames. Interesting. Should be okay, though. So this is all confirmed working. Why would it not work in this other project? I'm really not understanding that. Still exporting. We don't need this project open anymore. Close as much stuff as possible so that we can not get confused here. All right, and then we'll open up the persistent data path for the the Midnight Sun project. Excuse me. Let's delete this save file and backup save file. In fact, actually, let's not delete them. Let's keep them there and just see if they load in this time. But we have to wait for these packages to finish exporting first. There we go. They're all done. And then let's go ahead and import the full addressable URP package. Full addressable URP. And specifically, I want to make sure are we getting the new save stuff? We are getting the new assemblies. We don't necessarily have a new prefab or anything. So yeah, should be updating those. I'm wondering if I need to like re-import all the assets for the project really quick, and if that might fix the issue. Because we are confirmed that this is working now, and I really want to move on to the next phase of this. Is we're going to try to get a player controller into our scene today, and we will spawn that player when the location gets loaded in, and then we'll allow you to move the character around to, say, a different save point, and we'll then save at that save point. We'll quit out of the game, and then we should be able to load back into that same save point. As well as we need to fix the existing profiles on the start game screen. So those should be loading in any existing save files so that we can continue from those. So we'll make sure that's all working today. Okay, so I think this is all good. Let's go ahead and run this scene. And let's give this a completely different name. What should we go with? Let's go with Billy. No, Timmy. Little Timmy. So little Timmy is playing our game. And we want to go ahead and create a new save file for little Timmy. And sure enough, there is little Timmy's save file. It's kind of weird that it keeps giving me this like glitchy characters. I wonder if that's because I'm like zoomed in or something. But cool. Okay, so that's working. And sure enough, little Timmy's save file does show up in the list of save files. But no other save files are showing up. So if I get the save files again. Oh, you know what else I should check too? Is, let's come back to the other project. Wait, did I stop playing? Let's stop playing. It's still logging those. It's still doing those logs, even though we removed them. That's really weird. So I have a feeling that Unity is what's the problem here. Let's go ahead and re-import everything so that that project can hopefully fix itself. Now, the other thing I wanted to test, that's why I came back to this project, is let's create a new save file for little Timmy back in the Dark Matter Studios project. If we open the persistent data path here, you'll see there is no save for little Timmy yet. And what we want to do is we want to run the scene. So we're now in runtime. We want to save that to disk, which was successful, and there is little Timmy's save file. Now, what I was doing previously is I would just load from disk, right? So we can in fact load from disk and see that it's all working at runtime. What happens if I stop? You can see it cleared it out, and we play again, and now we load from disk. Will it still work? Yeah, sure. Oh, interesting. Sure enough, it did, but it loaded with a different hash. I don't know that... Now that's confusing. So what if we stop again, and then play, and then load again from disk? I wonder if I forgot to update the hash. Interesting. I have a feeling it's actually in here in the save load test. I'm saving to disk. I already have one hash code in here. When I save to disk, the hash code actually gets updated, but I'm not updating it in the inspector. So what we should do, why don't we just do this, and we'll return from there, and then we'll say save file equals savefile.current. That way, after we save it, we will then update it in the inspector. So it's that, okay, because that's probably the issue why we're not getting the same hash. Because that should all be fixed by now. All right, so, and just in case, let's go ahead and delete little Timmy's save file here. We'll just delete mine too, because that's not serving any purpose. We'll minus that window out. Let's go back into runtime. We're going to save little Timmy's save file to disk. And it actually cleared that out. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's even go a step further then. We're going to say that the current save file equals our save file. And then instead of... Gotcha. So we're never actually setting the current save file. That's part of the problem. Let's just say in awake, or even better yet, let's do it in start, because awake might be too early. And that's when we're going to set this save file. Okay. That should hopefully fix our hashing issue. So we have little Timmy's save file. We'll delete the existing one from disk. Let's go ahead and go into runtime. And we will then save little Timmy's save file to disk. Perfect. You can see the hash was actually regenerated. This is the proper hash, and it is updated in the inspector now. And then we can stop running. And if we then play and load from disk, we are in fact getting back Timmy's save file with the correct updated hash. This is the old hash from the other file. That's kind of confusing. It's very confusing, but that's all working. That's confirmed working, and it's both at runtime and editor time, and we can stop running and then play again and still load and get in the save files. So, I have a feeling we did not have to update this to not be a task. Let's go ahead and go back and re-update that to be a task so that we can make it asynchronous. We would say return await task dot from result the save files. Same down here, same down here. And then the last thing we have to do is update the interface itself. Because I don't think that's the issue. I would prefer for it to be asynchronous. That's better for performance purposes. So now we can await that, and we can make this asynchronous. Boom. Okay. Go ahead and rebuild that code. And now that has to be awaited. And that needs to be async. Okay, perfect. So now we can also test it asynchronously, which was how it was originally. Let's actually clear out this hash code, because there should be no hash. That gets generated for us. And unfortunately, because we're filling it in at runtime, when we stop playing, it's going to go back to however it was before. So we can actually test it in editor. Let's do that really quick. So if we test it in the editor, we do not get back a current save file. Shit. And now all of Little Timmy's data is gone forever. I'm just kidding. Technically we can load it from disk, but it did not find any that match the GUID because we don't have the same GUID anymore. But we can go grab that GUID because I have it over here and fill it in there. And then now we can load from disk and we do get back Little Timmy's data. Perfect. All right, so let's paste that all in. Let's go ahead and clear out the verification one. And now let's do this at runtime. So at runtime, we're going to save... actually, hold on. We have to delete his file first before we save it. We actually don't have to, but I want to show that the save folder is empty. And when we then save to disk, now the save folder is not empty. We have Little Timmy's save file. And now if we load from disk, we do in fact get back the save file with the correct hash and metadata. So that is confirmed working. One thing I'd like to do too is we shouldn't do this by the GUID. We should do this by the ID. I think. No. We should do it by the GUID actually. Because there can be save files with the same ID, just with different GUIDs. So that's fine. Oh shit. What's going on here? Excuse me? That's just like a Unity thing, the texture on a raw image. I wonder if that's just because... Now, why would game events need to be an extension of a native class? That's, strange. Oh, maybe I have to close this out. And then just reopen the C# project. Because I think since I re-imported everything in the Unity project, this instance of writer lost its connection. No, I guess not. What is going on here? I'm not getting any errors. It's telling me that there's errors, but then I click and open the file and then the errors go away. So I guess let me close that one and then reopen it. And does that fix it? I guess so. Does that fix that one? I guess so. Why are these doing that? This is like super weird. Okay, I guess let's just open all of them and fix the error. That must be a writer thing. That's probably because of writer's update. Didn't we update it in here? We sure did. I wonder if that's if the latest update has like a bug in it or something. Yeah, this is kind of a hassle. I hope I don't have to do this every time. I will downgrade writer if I have to do that. Oh my god. Bro, what? I have to do all of these? They like all lost their references to the library or something because of the Unity re-import. Alright, those are all fixed. That's now fixed. This is all Corgi engine stuff too. I don't even, in fact, I was going to remove this from the project. Maybe I should just do that. But we're almost done fixing all these. Oh my god, there's a lot to fix in here. Oh my. Why are you doing this to me, Unity? It's so frustrating when you, like, know that you're making progress and then things don't work as expected, and it's not even your own code. It's like Unity's editor code that's now not working, which is extremely frustrating because I would really expect for their LTS version of the editor to work as expected. Yo, what's up, Memo? How was your weekend, bro? Okay. For sure, yeah. Watching me in the background. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, let's see. And last but not least, I think we're almost done. This should be the last ones here. And now let's close all tabs. Scroll back up to the top, and if you hold the Alt key and hit the down arrow for all of these, it should close them all up, and then the next time that you open them, everything should already be collapsed, which is preferable. So now if we go back into Unity, I think this is all working as expected. What is this? Oh, I guess this is the thing that's having a problem. So let's go ahead and delete that. We're not actually using that anymore. But this one we're using, I'll have to look at that later. Okay, so that seemed to be the error that we got when re-importing. Now, I wonder if we could, in fact... is that the right project? Here we go. Go in here. Let's delete all these existing save files. Now, will our save system work as expected? Because it clearly was not getting the new libraries. We removed a bunch of logging statements, and the logs were still showing up as if we hadn't updated the code, which is really weird. So now let's create a new save file. Sure enough, there it is. It shows up. We can add some test data to it. We can then resave it, and we're still getting these log statements, even though it's very clear that there are no more log statements. That is so strange. I wonder if I just forgot to import the package or something. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Let's just completely delete the Dark Matter Studios folder. Unity is going to be upset at that. We're going to get tons of errors. That's fine. That way, when we re-import it, it all comes... Actually, did I export it properly? Let me make sure I built everything. I don't think I re-exported the projects. I did build it. I just don't think I re-exported it. So while that is re-exporting, I'm actually going to run to the restroom really quick. I will be right back in just a moment. I'm going to grab some more water. I already have some snacks, so just give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. Let's get back to the desktop scene here, get my headphones on. And the packages have been exported. Perfect. Okay, so now the Dark Matter Studios folder has been completely deleted out of this project. Let's re-import it. Everything should then show up as a new file. Yes. Everything is new. Except for all the, like, dependencies, because those we're not re-importing. We're just re-importing the Dark Matter Studio stuff. So, import that. And we can tell that Unity is not overriding the assemblies because we removed log statements from the assembly so that the save system should no longer log to the console anymore. And then when we tried to test it, it's still logging to the console as if the assembly was never updated. So that's very strange to me, and I have a feeling that's part of the reason we're having trouble. So let's maybe delete these backups again, just so we start fresh. We have now... let's make sure the save manager's still there. It is. Everything looks fine. Fine and dandy. Okay. And now let's run it. And we have no save files. We have an empty save folder. We are at runtime. And let's go ahead and create a new save file from the Dark Matter ID. A new save file. Boom, it shows up there. Perfect. As expected. We don't need that to be expanded, though. We just need to see that it's there. Then we can add some test data to it. And we can resave it again. Hey, we got lyrics on this one. Some guy rapping. Let's skip that song. Just so I don't have to talk over it. Well, I'm already kind of talking over the music, but Alright, anyways, so we added some save data. Now we're going to resave it. When we resave it, we should no longer get logs in the console. That will confirm that the new save library has, in fact, been compiled into the project successfully. Perfect. So we saved. We didn't get any logs this time. It looks like that's all working. And if we go open the file, sure enough, it does look correct. It's just a big encrypted string. Now we can stop running. When we play again, we should technically get that save file showing up. Let's see if that's the case. That is not the case. What if we try to get the save files? Well, dude, it's still not working, and I'm not understanding why, because we already confirmed that it's working in the other project. We're not doing anything different here. So let's go debug from the try-parse save file again. I think we want this one, I think, is the Midnight Sun. It doesn't say that, but I'm pretty sure that's the one. Yeah, that was the one. Cool, cool. Man, I'm getting tired of doing this because this should all be working correctly. Alright, so if we play, it should hit that debug statement like immediately, and then we can step through what's going on. And I think it did. It did. So we're looking for the Dark Matter save file under saves. And we did get past that code. We did get past that code. So that file does exist on the file system as expected. Now we're going to read the contents of that file. So we did get this big gibberish encryption string. Now, because encryption is on, we're going to try to decrypt it. And we're still getting back an empty string. I'm really not understanding why it would be doing that. That doesn't make any sense to me. I wonder if I need to recreate the encryption scriptable objects and stuff. This isn't even used anymore. That should probably be taken out. Maybe we delete this guy and we recreate him. Encryption, AES encryption. Cool. Everything else should be fine. Now, just so that we don't have to worry about this, let's go into the Dark Matter Studios. We can delete that out of there. That shouldn't be there anymore. And we will delete this encryption SO folder as well, because that's going to be a new file that comes in. And then let's even delete the whole save folder to make sure that that gets overwritten properly. It seems like it did this time. Shit, now we're going to have issues. That's fine. So now, back here, in fact, let's go check. We don't have anything extra in here. I think we do. I don't think I'm actually using this scriptable object anymore. We can get rid of that. Maybe we should recreate this as well. Oh! No. That's just because I just recreated it. That's why. Okay. I thought that might have been the issue, that it wasn't filled in there, but it's because I just deleted and recreated the object. So that should all be correct. In fact, this save SO actually I do use that. I forgot what that was for. So let's recreate that really quick. Save SO. Create Dark Matter Studios. Save SO. Boom. We'll just call it the save SO. Alright, so that should all be good. Let's re-export the packages. Man, this is so frustrating. If this doesn't work, we're going to skip past this and we're going to move back on to getting the player into the scene today and updating the UI and stuff. Fingers crossed, guys. Trying to figure out why it wouldn't work. In fact, we should recreate this save load test in the other project as well. It's kind of what I was doing already, but I just did it in a different way. So we'll come back to that in a second after we can re-import the new package, which there it is. They're all updated as of 12:43 and 44. That's perfect. That was like 10 seconds ago. Then we can import them, or just import one of them. Should have some new files for the AES encryption. Perfect. Why is it showing as a settings icon? That's strange. But that doesn't matter as long as it comes in. And then the whole save project is new. Perfect. Import. All right. This should all fix itself now. Perfect. Let's actually take this code from the other project, and we're going to overwrite all this code with it. And let's call that rename the file what it's supposed to be. Some of these songs are funny. All right, get the file save system in there. We're going to create a new save file. Version. We should probably take it from the other project here, actually. Let's do Little Timmy instead. Little Timmy. There's his GUID. That's the created and last modified time. And that is the hash. Alright, so let's make sure all our persistent managers are correct. Awesome. So now if we run this, nothing should happen as expected. Let's open the save folder. Let's delete anything that's existing in there. And let's go ahead and save Little Timmy's save file to disk. And it was successful. So there's Little Timmy's save file. Now can we load it from disk? Did not find any save files. I don't understand how that would work in this other project and then not work in this project. That does not make any sense whatsoever. I'm really not getting it. And if we go to the file save system and let's debug again. So we have Little Timmy's save file. We are getting it. We are reading the contents. We try to decrypt it, and we get back an empty string. Why would that be? That doesn't make sense. It fully works in the other project, and we're doing the same exact code. I wonder if anyone else has ever had this issue. Yeah, so something like this. Same script, but different project doesn't work. Well, so what's he doing? Oh, well, he's not passing in the type, I guess. I don't think that's the issue, though, but maybe. Well, that doesn't change anything. Oh, and it's JavaScript that he was using. Not exactly my issue. I don't even know how to, like, debug this properly. But clearly something is going wrong with the save system. Even though it works perfectly fine. So watch, if we go back to the Dark Matter Studios project, we have the same exact script here. Same exact script. And we can save to disk. And when we load, the verification save file will be deserialized successfully. So load from disk, load is successful, and sure enough, the two save files match. They are identical. There is nothing different with the code in this other project. Absolutely nothing different. So why would it be doing that? It's literally the same exact code, and it's unable to find any save files. I don't even know how to debug that, because that's clearly a Unity editor issue. Okay, I'm going to do something drastic. We're going to delete the whole Dark Matter Studios folder. Ooh, that's going to take quite a lot of time to do it that way. I shouldn't have to do it that way. I was going to delete the Dark Matter Studios folder and then comment out all references to Dark Matter Studios code so that Unity will recompile itself. But that's going to take forever to go through 219 errors, and that doesn't seem like the right way to handle this anyways. Oh, this is rough. What's pissing me off is that this is working. This is confirmed working. Hey, Memo. So here's the issue. We have fully fixed the save system. I will show you it working in action. We're going to delete little Timmy's save files here. Okay? And then we're using this save load test script that I wrote. We don't need to see all of this. So that's just the save system that we're using. It's the same save system that the save manager itself is using. And we then have this save file that we've filled in some of the metadata on. And here, I'll show you the code really quick too. we have two methods, save to disk and load from disk. The save to disk method will take that save file and pass it to the save system and tell it to save. If it saves correctly, we then just say it saved successfully or the save failed. Then we have a load from disk method, and just so you can see, I'm not taking the data from this save file and just copying it to the verification save file. Instead, because that would be cheating. We don't want to do that. And that wouldn't prove anything. So instead, when we call the load from disk method, we are telling the save system to load all save files. And then we are looking through those save files for the first one that matches the GUID from this save file that we originally passed it. And we're setting the verification save file to that save file. So if I play, we are now in runtime. This is the same exact setup that it would be in Midnight Sun. We're just in the Dark Matter Studios project, right? So if I right-click and I save to disk, I get a save successful message. And if we go look at, oh, that's not the right folder. That's the Midnight Sun folder. If we go look at the save folder, sure enough, there is little Timmy's save file with his ID and GUID attached to it. Now, if we load from disk, that save file should be decrypted, decompressed, and pass hash verification, and then be deserialized into this verification save file. So we load from disk, and sure enough, there it is. All the data is filled in, and this time the hash is deserializing correctly. So that is all confirmed working. It's the entire process. It is taking the original save file, it's serializing it, creating the hash for the hash verification, compressing it, and then encrypting it successfully. And we know that because we can open it up and it's just this gibberish encryption string, right? And then when we load from disk, we do get the load successful message. That same save file that's on disk is then being read in, decrypted, decompressed, it's passing hash verification, and then it's deserializing correctly. This is the proof that it is working. Now the problem is, I come over here to the Midnight Sun project. I literally have the same exact test code. I copied and pasted it from the other project. So it's the same exact thing. We're taking the save file, we're saving it to disk, and then when we load from disk, it should be going back through that process of decrypting, decompressing, and deserializing. However, let's run the scene. And let's make sure we actually go to the right folder here. So you can see for the Midnight Sun project, there are no save files yet. If we right-click and we save to disk, we do get the save successful message. And we can see that the hash has been updated correctly. And if we go to the saves folder, sure enough, there is little Timmy's save file that is encrypted, right? So everything's looking great. Now, if we load from disk, it was not able to deserialize or decrypt the existing save file, even though we know that that is all working. That is all confirmed working in this project. But in the Midnight Sun project, it will not work. I cannot for the life of me understand that, because it's literally using the same exact code. There is no difference between how I'm doing it in this project and the other project. So I don't even know how to begin debugging that. It just tells me it didn't find any save files. And if I set a breakpoint and I go through this, where it's failing is it tries to decrypt the contents of the file, and it's giving me back an empty string, which means when it deserializes that empty string, of course the save file is going to be null, because there is nothing to deserialize into the save file type. Why? Like, it's literally proven that it works here. Look, save to disk, load from disk, save successful, load successful. And both of these save files in the inspector match exactly. Yeah, so it's using literally the same exact code as it is here where it's working. If I do it in this project, save to disk, that works, but loading from disk does not work. It's not able to decrypt and then deserialize it. And I cannot for the life of me understand why it would work in one project and not work in the other project. There's no difference whatsoever. I've even tried right-clicking and re-importing all in this Unity project in Midnight Sun, thinking that the Unity editor is the issue, which I still think it's the Unity editor that has to be the issue. I have a feeling that it has, like, references to old assets or something, even though I've re-imported them. And I tried doing that, and that still didn't fix it either. And so I cannot for the life of me understand why this would work in one project and not work in another project. That it does not make sense to me. So let's go through some hoops really quick and completely delete the save project folder. And we're going to go comment out anything that's using the save code. Just going to comment it out. That way it Unity will hopefully recompile, is my idea. I have a feeling that, like, I delete something, or let me back up. I delete the Dark Matter Studios tools so that I can re-import them. But because a bunch of stuff breaks, Unity itself is not recompiling. And then I re-import the Dark Matter Studios tools that fixes all the errors and references. Unity then recompiles, but I think it then still has, like, old references to something. I'm not sure. I don't know if that makes sense at all. We're not actually even using that in here. Let's just get rid of it. And we can get rid of system too. Let's just comment out the start method here and the using statement. Let's comment out this whole class, I guess. So what I did is I deleted the save, the Dark Matter Studios save tool project. So now I have a bunch of errors in the Midnight Sun project for things that were referencing it. So I'm commenting all of that out. Anything that's using it, I'm commenting it out. Typo, shut up. There's no typo there. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I do need that method. I just want to comment out this part of it. So we'll just return 0. Comment that part out. Okay. Then the new game view. So my idea is to comment out anything that's using that save code. That way Unity can recompile itself without having that code in the project. And then we can re-import it and uncomment everything to make it use it again. It seems like it's... I don't know if that even makes sense to do, but that's all I can think of. Okay, so we've deleted the save. In fact, how is this code working? How can it attach if I commented out the entire class? I guess it still shows up as a class. That's weird. Okay. Now, for good measure, I kind of want to re-import everything. And let's close out of the writer instance of Midnight Sun. I don't know that this even makes sense what I'm trying to do. I just don't even know anything else to try right now because the code is clearly working in another project. I wonder if I could even create just a whole new project to begin with and import the code in and see if it works there as well. I would be willing to bet that it does. So I'm not understanding why... In fact, let's do that. Save test project. So we're going to create a whole new empty project on my desktop just so I can delete it afterwards. And we also removed all references of the save code in Midnight Sun so that we can re-import all the assets in the project, re-import the save libraries, and then uncomment all the references so that they can use them again. But if I can create this new empty project right here on the spot, and I can import the Dark Matter Studios tools, and then I can run this test and get it to work, that tells me that the Midnight Sun project is corrupted in some way, and I don't know how to fix that other than re-importing all the assets. But it will then again show that it makes absolutely no sense why it works in the Dark Matter Studios project and not in the Midnight Sun project. Craziness. All right, well, let's give this a second. And we're going to take this save load test class. We're going to copy that code because we're going to create a script in the new project that does the same thing with the same exact code. That is confirmed working. All right. Boom. Okay. We have a brand new project. brand new empty project. There's nothing in here. I think that's actually the other project that's re-importing and stuff. Oh, I guess it's this project. Okay. We are going to create a brand new script called save load test. We're going to open it up, trust and open it, and we're just going to paste the code. We're just going to paste the code. Okay, cool. Paste the code. Actually, maybe I shouldn't do that yet. I'll paste that in a second. I have to actually import the Dark Matter Studios tools. For sure. Okay, so we import the Dark Matter Studios tools. We do that. Then we're going to come here and we're going to copy this code and paste it onto that new script that we created. Yes, save. Actually got a lot of errors importing the Dark Matter Studios tools. That's strange. Because it's missing Cinemachine and the addressables. So yeah, that's normal. So let's go in and let's install those packages. There's addressables. All right, and then we'll install Cinemachine. Cinemachine install. And once that's done, all of our references here should be fine. What's going on here? Unable to import newly created asset. Range. That's fine. We can just create our own. But okay, so everything's good. Oh, hold on. I haven't got there yet. Addressable startup profile. And we want to add the save manager. Let's make it addressable first. That would help. The addressable startup profile, and select the save manager. And then, okay, so we created a new project. We imported the Dark Matter Studios tools. We got a few errors because the addressables package and the Cinemachine package were not installed. So I installed both of those really quick. That fixed all of the errors. And now we can select that addressable startup profile. And we just have the save manager. In fact, we don't even need that. Hold on. Let's just disable that. We don't even need that at all. We just want to paste our code from the other project that uses the save system. What error am I getting here? 17 errors in this one file, huh? Not sure that makes sense, Unity, because there are no errors. Okay, sure, Ryder. It was actually Ryder that was having an issue, I guess. Wrong project. Hold on. So we created a new project. We installed addressables and Cinemachine because those are dependencies for the Dark Matter Studios tools. We imported the Dark Matter Studios tools, and then we created this one save load test script that we literally just copied and pasted the code from the other project that it works in. So let's make an object in the scene that has that script on it. We give it the file save system. Make sure all the settings are there. Everything's filled in. Everything is checked to be used. And then let's give it some save file data. We'll take Timmy's data here and copy it to the other project. And save the scene. Okay. So we're now at the point where we can test this in a new empty project. When we play, nothing's going to happen. There's not even any cameras in the scene. We don't need any of that to test this. If we open the persistent data path, we will see there's not even a saves folder that has been created yet. That's fine. So now, when we save little Timmy's save file here, when we save it to disk, we do get the save successful message. The saves folder has been created. We do see little Timmy's save file. So now, if we load from disk, and it's not working in the new empty project either. I don't understand that. Am I crazy? Why does it work in this project, but not in any other project? I am not understanding that. Bro, that does not make any sense. Absolutely, we can debug it together. I just don't understand. So what do you suggest here, Memo? This is fully working in my test project. So when I run it in this project, it saves to disk, and it loads from disk, and you can see all the data show up, as expected. So it is working here. And we just imported it into a new empty project. And we can then save to disk. That is successful. But when we try to load from disk, that doesn't work. It only works in this project. It won't work in any other project. So it's not saying that it can't find it. This is hard to explain. It is finding the file, and it's hitting this try parse save file method, where it then is trying to read the contents and decrypt those contents. And right here in decryption, we are getting back an empty string. So because it's not able to decrypt it properly, when we go to deserialize it, it doesn't work. This save file is then null because the contents is an empty string that it's trying to deserialize from. And so then this try parse returns false. Yeah, I don't know how to explain that. So, because it's right here in that load from disk method that I'm calling, we're telling the save system to load all the save files, and that's where it's then trying to parse the file. Like we know the file exists, it's there on disk. So when we call this load save files, it's taking that file and trying to deserialize it to an actual save file object, and that's not working. And then that's why we're hitting this this log that says did not find any save files. But that's not actually the issue. It is finding the file. It's just not able to parse it for whatever reason. And in the Dark Matter Studios Unity project, it parses it just fine. In any other Unity project, it can't parse it. And I don't even know how to debug that because it's working. Yeah, I'll hold on, I'll show you. Hold on, I gotta attach it to a different Unity. So we're gonna attach the code to the save test project, the new empty project. And we'll debug. We open up the project and it says enable debugging for this session. And let's stop it from running because that's not going to help anything. You know, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen, and I have a feeling like it has nothing to do with my code, that it has everything to do with the Unity editor is not working as expected or something. Because we have the code in one project working successfully, and then we have the same exact code in another project not working. So let me make sure. Okay, so we have our breakpoint set here in the try parse save file. If I open up the data path, we do have little Timmy's save file there. So now we'll run this. We don't even need to run it. I could do this in the editor, but I've been running it because I was wondering if I'm trying to recreate the instance of Midnight Sun where the project is running and trying to save and load. So I'm just trying to make sure like things are identical. The situation is identical. So we're running this. We'll go ahead and load from disk, and we're going to hit that breakpoint. You can see the path that is passed in is little Timmy's save file. We can then step over that, and we have now verified that the file does exist on disk, which we already knew anyway. That's not, we didn't really need to check that, but it's there just in case. Now the next step is we're going to read the contents of this file. So we step over that. We have now read the contents of that file. Here we have the full encrypted string of what is inside of that file. right? The full contents. Now, this is where it fails, is because we're using encryption that's set to true. When we try, so here's the contents now. It is that encrypted string, and when we then step over that line, when we decrypt, we're getting back an empty string. And I cannot understand why. I don't know why this would work in one project and not work in another. That it does not make sense to me. So clearly, though, because we got back, it's the decryption that seems to be failing. And because we got back an empty string, we already know that the rest of this is going to fail, especially when it tries to deserialize an empty string into a save file object. This will come back as null. And we can even step down there. So you can see the contents going in is empty. And when we step over that, the save file is null, because we're trying to deserialize an empty string. Let me show you. I've done that, and the problem is I get this padding exception. So really, that's happening down here in the decrypt method, right? So here, this is the actual decrypt method. So I'm going to set a breakpoint there. Let's let it continue running so we can go back to the project and stop it again. And then we're going to start it again, and we're going to hit our original breakpoint again. Or maybe not. Oh no, I'm sorry. I have to load from disk to hit the breakpoint. So we try to load from disk, and we hit our original breakpoint, right? So I'm going to set a breakpoint here now, so we can just continue straight to that breakpoint. And then let's step into the code, the decrypt method. And we're going to step into that as well, and step into that. And here's the other breakpoint that we set. So we have our encrypted string coming in, and we have the key, and we have the IV. Now, pretend you didn't see those, because you're not supposed to see those, but I'm just showing you that they are in fact there. We do have the key and the IV that were used to encrypt it in the first place. And then we do have the encrypted string. We step over this because we convert the string back into bytes. We do get the byte array, the encrypted byte array. Then we're creating a new AES encryption object. We are setting the key to the key that's passed in. Okay? But it sets it to a byte array. But we are taking that key that was passed in, and we are converting it to a byte array, and we're setting it on the AES object. Same with the IV. And then we're setting the padding for good measure, because the exception that you'll see in a second is that the padding does not match. The length is incorrect. So what I did is I added this extra line. So here's the encrypt method, where you can see it is using the same exact padding. And in the decrypt method, it is also using the same exact padding. And if I scroll too quick or anything, let me know, because I know that there's a slight delay. But yeah, so here in the encrypt method, when we encrypt, we are using the padding mode, or we're setting the same padding mode. When we decrypt, we're setting that same padding mode again. Yeah, so I'll show you. So now we create a decryptor using the key and the IV that we passed in. In fact, I'm wondering, do I need to pass that in at all? Because I'm already setting the key and the IV on the AES object, and then we're creating the decryptor from the AES object. Maybe that's the problem. Well, no, hold on. Let me back up, because this is working in the other project. It's going to be this line right here, line 98, where we're going to get the exception. It'll hit an exception. So I'll step over the decryptor line. We now have a decryptor. Here's all its information. Here is the encrypted bytes are being passed in with a 0 offset so that we start from the beginning of the bytes, and the length of the bytes, which is 336. When we try to step over this line, we then get to that exception. Immediately, it hits an exception for bad PKCS7 padding. Invalid length, 119. But that is our exception right there. So yeah. Do you have any questions there? What else can I show you? Because I'm not understanding how this works in one project, and then in a different project it does not work. I'm not sure that makes any sense to me. And I don't even know how to fix this padding error, because I Googled it already, and it said to verify that the padding is the same for both encryption and decryption, which I just showed you it is. And I have also verified that I have used the same encryption key and IV to encrypt as I am trying to decrypt with. So I cannot for the life of me figure out why that's not working. And you saw that the length was not 119. The length was like 3... yeah, PKCS7. It's a padding type for encryption. Hold on, let me go back to the... yeah, PKCS7 padding. So invalid length of 119. So I'm not sure why this works in one project and not another project. Because when we do this in the Dark Matter Studios project, there is no padding error. It just works. But when we do it in any other project, we're then not able to decrypt properly. You know, just for kicks too, we're going to copy this encryption code, or encryption key. I can't even do that. Let me go to my desktop, create a new text file really quick. So here's the encryption key. And here is the encryption IV. I'm pasting them into this text file, because what we're going to do is we're going to stop playing, or stop debugging. We're going to stop playing. We're then going to debug again. Oh shit, that's not the right project. We're going to debug again. And we have a breakpoint here. We'll put it there. So we have a breakpoint in the decrypt, and we're also going to breakpoint in the encrypt. So we're going to verify that the key and the IV are the same, because that's the only other thing I could think of. I'm also wondering if I need to pass in this key and IV at all here, because I'm technically already setting it on the AES object right here, and then I'm creating a decryptor from that AES object. So maybe I don't need to pass these back in again. But that shouldn't do anything different. That should just reset them to what they are. But just a thought, I guess. Okay, so we have a breakpoint in encrypt, and we have a breakpoint in decrypt. So now we can go into the new empty project. We're going to delete little Timmy's save file. We're actually going to skip that because it's trying to decrypt little Timmy's save file, but I just deleted it, so there's no point. Let's just pass that. Because what I want to check is when we save it to disk, when it encrypts it, are we using the same encryption key as when we try to decrypt it? So we save it to disk, we hit our breakpoint for the encryption, and we have a new encryption key and a new encryption IV. Interesting. So maybe that's the problem. So you can see this is the key, and it's not matching the one that we just got. But that's fine because we're now encrypting again. So we're encrypting it with a new key and IV. And we can step through this. All this should work successfully. And sure enough, we do get back the encrypted bytes. It hits the end of the method with no exception. And it's just going to return those encrypted bytes with a length of 336 as a string. So if we go to the file save system, I'm just setting another breakpoint before I let it continue. It's right here is where it is right now. So I'll breakpoint right after that. We are down inside of this encryption method, and it's using a new key in IV. And that might be the issue, actually, that maybe it's not using the right key and the right IV. And then we would definitely not get we would not be able to decrypt it properly. So if we continue, we now hit this breakpoint that I just set, and sure enough, here is the full encrypted string that we get back. So encryption works successfully. And if we let that finish playing, we did get the save successful message. And if we go check the save folder, there is the save file. And here is that encrypted string that we just got back. Can we see it? No, because I went past it. I probably should have waited until after the right file, so then we could check, does this match what we're writing to disk? But I'm pretty sure it does. So now, we're going to load from disk, and here is little Timmy's save file. And we're then going to try to decrypt it. We have the contents. There is that encrypted string. And this is where we're going to hit next. We're going to hit the decrypt. So here is the encrypted string. And here is the key that we are trying to decrypt with, and that does match this other one. So we're using the same exact key to decrypt with. And here is the IV. And that also matches. We are confirmed using the same exact key that we encrypted with. So we step over that. We step over that. We step over that. And then this is where we hit the exception. Holy shit, wait a minute. We didn't hit the exception this time. Excuse me? Bro, what? I can't understand that. Oh, but it still says we did not find any save files. So what's the problem? Hold on, let's go breakpoint through it again. Let's step through decryption. Yeah, sure enough, we got back the encrypted bytes. And this is right here. So we'll breakpoint right after that. And there you go. There is the decrypted contents. Yeah, because I'm debugging from the Dark Matter Studios assemblies. Yes, we're stepping through the right project. I have the Dark Matter Studios assemblies attached to that new empty project. Or else we wouldn't be it wouldn't be hitting these breakpoints at all while running through the project. I don't know if you knew that you could do that. You can take one instance of Rider and you can attach it to another instance of Unity, and then breakpoint through a different project using the same code. But so we are getting back the decrypted string. We did, in fact, get back Little Timmy's save file. But I can already see where this is going to fail. That's not the right hash. So it... Yo, Ranacreed, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the community. I appreciate you. That is awesome. So yeah, so we are getting back the contents. You can see them there. We are then getting back a save file. But I can already see... Well, one, the hash is empty. Which doesn't make any sense. But I can already see that it's not going to match the same hash. So what'll happen here is when it tries to check the original hash against the hash that we have now, they're not going to match. So it'll set that save file to null. What ID? Oh, for the IDE that I'm using, this is JetBrains Rider. Yeah. Yeah, JetBrains Rider. This is, I mean, it's just like Visual Studio, but it has a lot of extra niceties to it. Man, I need Rider to sponsor me. The amount of times that people ask me what IDE I'm using. But yeah, check out Rider. It's just like Visual Studio. Comes with a free 30-day trial. And I prefer to use it over Visual Studio because it just has a lot of niceties to it that make my development more efficient. There's a whole list of things I could tell you, but things like I don't have to manually add the using statements for stuff. Writer, if I type any code that's from a different library, it will automatically fill in the correct using statements for me. Also, it has really great syntax highlighting. So yeah, I've been using it for years. It's my go-to IDE for. Okay, nice. What code do you use? Because they have a different one for different code, right? Like these are all their different IDEs. So Writer is the one for C#, or for .NET specifically. And then they have like ReSharper for C++, or they have like PyCharm or IntelliJ IDEA. So what code do you prefer to use? Okay, yeah, dope. Yeah. I started, I first learned about them because I was using Visual Studio with the ReSharper plugin, because it kind of adds some of the features of Writer into Visual Studio, and has like better code completion and stuff. And eventually just went for their full IDE, and I have found it to be a lot nicer to use than Visual Studio. And I've been using it for years now, so I never went back. So yeah, I cannot figure out why. So the decryption worked this time, and the hash verification did not. We should be getting back this hash, and we were getting back a different hash. But we did pass the verification. So that makes no sense at all. I mean, we did pass the encryption, not the verification. Let's delete that prefab variant. So, Ranacrete, I'll show you what we're working on too, so you don't just have to see the code. I am creating a game. Hold on, I actually have to fix something really quick. But I'm creating a game. It's a 2D Metroidvania game in Unity. That one. We were debugging through the save system because we're having an issue where we can create a new save file and we can write it to disk, but then we're not able to load that save file for whatever reason, and I'm not understanding why. We've kind of verified that all the code is working in a completely different project, but then in this project, it doesn't want to work the same. So give me 2 seconds, and then I'll play the project for you. You can kind of see what we have so far. That goes there. And that then goes there. All right, and we'll turn down the music so that you can get the full effect here. So this is kind of what we have so far. I've actually made a lot of progress, not on the game itself, but the whole like what happens when you boot up the game, the main menu, and kind of starting a new game file. So that kind of stuff. So if we play, we'll get the splash screen. I'm not exactly sure if that looks good on stream or not. But then we get like your standard liability notice, auto save notice that this game saves data automatically at certain times. There's a few things I forgot to fix, but that's fine. We should be able to get past that. So then we have our main menu, and we have like all the things like settings are working. So here's game settings. Nice. Okay, so it does look good on stream. I wasn't sure if it was like laggy or something. So we have game settings, we have audio settings. You can even see the music that's playing. You can see the level that it's at. And if I turn down the music volume, then you stop hearing it, and you can actually see that the volume was turned down. And then I can turn it back up again. So that's all working. We even have video settings, just like every other game, where you can choose a quality preset and all the different graphic settings and stuff. The refresh rate for your monitor. The controls I haven't set up yet because I haven't actually created the control profile for what keys will be used for what yet. So once we create that, we will throw that in here so that you can kind of edit it as a player and choose different keys if you want. But yeah, so basically we have a main menu, we have kind of the whole entry to the game, and then we can even go and create a new game, and we'll call this game file Ranacreed, and we'll start a new game. And then we do, in fact, load into a game scene from the main menu. And that's about as far as we've gotten so far. So, yeah. I do have a few things that I need to go and uncomment. So we were having trouble with the save system. So what I did is I deleted that code from the project and then commented out everything that was referencing that code, just so that Unity would recompile, and I could hopefully then kind of, I don't know, I was hoping that might fix my issue. Can I uncomment this out now, please? There we go. All right. So let me uncomment all of these references of things that were using the save code. Actually, I have them all in here. Like the location manager was using it. Let's uncomment it the right way. Uncomment that. This class was using it. This was using it. We should be returning. That. Oh, there's just extra. And put that to a nice lambda. Okay, that's good. Uncomment this out. Uncomment that out. The save view, we can uncomment out this code, as well as the using statement. Uncomment that out, and uncomment that out. And I think that was everything that was referencing it. And I can even go to my save manager. And I know a workaround right now is if we turn off the hash verification, it will actually work as expected. So if I show you, we just created a new save file with your name, I think. Didn't we? Oh, no, because everything was commented out. Well, we're going to have to do it again then. So we have an empty save folder, and we're going to hit play. We'll make this bigger too, so you guys can see what's going on better. Alright, and then we'll start a new game. We'll enter Ranacreed as the ID for the game, and we'll hit start. And you can see this time we actually loaded a sandbox location, because that's going to be the first location that you start at when you start a new game. And you can even hear like the ambience and stuff of the scene. And that was all just for testing purposes. So now if we stop playing and we start again, the Ranacreed profile, in fact, hold on, if I go to the saves folder, you'll see we now have a save file for your profile. And once we get back to the start game screen, because we turned off the hash verification, hopefully that should work. No, that did not work. See, Memo, it works differently in different projects, and I'm not understanding why. Whereas we just tried in an empty project a minute ago, and first it was getting that the bad padding exception when trying to decrypt the data. Then we tried to do it again, and it then worked successfully to decrypt it, but it was not able to use proper hash verification. And then we do it in this project, and it's having the decryption issue again. So that none of that makes sense to me. None of that makes sense at all. I guess we'll just turn all those off for now. And we're going to have to make a new save file because this one's encrypted. But we know that turning off these fixes it. Well, it doesn't fix it, it's just a workaround for it. I don't think I need that empty project anymore. Go ahead and exit from that, please. Come on. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. It's probably because we're still debugging. Let's stop debugging. There we go. Whoops. Figured it out. Alright, so we're back in Midnight Sun. We can create a new game for Ranacreed. And sure enough, that's all working. If we open up the saves folder, there is Ranacreed's save file. And we can see all the JSON representation of that, of the data. So everything's working successfully. And then if we stop playing and go back to that file, it should say that it was updated, which it does. We hit yes, and now you can see we added the current location into the save data, and then we resaved the file to disk. So now, if we play again, we will see that profile show up as an existing profile that we can select from. So that'll probably be the next step that I do right now too. So now when we go to the start game screen, we have one new profile here to select from. It's just not set up to actually be clickable, and it's not filling in the name of the profile. So why don't we actually go ahead and go work on that next, because I'm tired of trying to debug the save system. That is a huge headache, and it's not really something that's needed as well. It would just be nice to have. So let's go to our start game screen, and we have this recycle view in the background that uses this save file recycle view script. Now in here, you can see I have a comment to set up the UI data based on the save file that was passed to it. So let's go ahead and do that. The first thing we want to do is say the new game label.text equals the save file ID. So then we'll actually get the name there. Now, is there buttons on this? Let's just fill in the ID for now. And let's hide this other view just so I can see what I'm doing. So it should show the ID right here. It should then show the location that we're at. So we could fill that in next, actually. Let's do we're going to get the current location. How do I do that in the other one? Oh, we're passing it the type. Okay. So we get the current location let me just give it the string type. So we're going to load the current location from the save data. And in fact, we can just say location label.text equals get the current location from the save data. So that will then fill in the name and the location of that profile object. So we'll get the name filled in. We should get the location filled in. Now, let's go into that prefab. Oh, we do actually have a button set up on it. It just doesn't do anything at the moment. Gotcha. Okay, so as you can see, it's just not doing anything. So what we want to do is call game events load game, I think. I'm pretty sure that's right, and we should be taking in a save file here, because we're then passing it the save file that we have. And that's just this data property. And then the clear button we want to show a confirmation pop-up. Or are you sure that you want to clear the data of this object? But we'll come back and do that later. Right now, we just want to load in, see that the data for that profile is there as expected, and when we click on it, we should be able to load into that game. So then, in our game manager, is he listening to that? He is. Why doesn't he have an error? So this should be taking in a save file. Loading that save file, telling the save system to load that save file. Then we load the game scene. And the dynamic managers. All right, technically that should be working. Am I using the wrong game events? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to pass in the save file up here in the event. And pass it in down here as a parameter. That would help, yeah. Okay, cool. So then when the game manager is told to load a game, it receives the save file that it's told to load. It passes that to the save manager. And all that does is it just sets.
Here's what I found.
Oh, Google apparently thinks that I said Google somehow. Don't do that, Google. I didn't ask you to do anything. Hold on. Bro. Shh, they're listening. I know. I guess my wifey is having trouble at work. That does not sound good. That's frustrating. All right. And so what I was going to show is the save manager. When told to load a save file, I'll just go to the code here. So when told to load a save file, it's just checking, does that save file actually exist in the files that we have? If it does not, then return, because we haven't actually created that save file. It means someone's trying to load like a fake save file. Then if the current save file is not null, we're going to save it off really quick. And then we're just going to set the current save file to the save file that was passed in. So now, let's make sure that's on. Now when we play, hopefully we should get that profile data filled in with the right ID, and we should be able to click on it now to load the existing game. So we go there, and cool, yeah, we did get the name, Rana Creed, but we were not able to get back the location, I guess. What does that actually look like in the scene? I also need to adjust the spacing on the text there. Oh my god, can we turn those off, please? Thank you. Here's our recycle view. Where is the clear button's not showing? Do we have that turned off? Oh, that's how it should look. Whoops. I accidentally clicked on something else. Yeah, so here's our profile. We have the right ID, and the clear button's now showing, and we should be able to then click on it, and we then loaded the existing game. So there's progress right there. We can now create a new game file. We can now load from that existing game file. That is awesome. Now, one thing I noticed was that the text was off there. So let's go in and let's fix that really quick. Is this all like on a vertical layout or something? No. Where does this text come from? Interesting. Okay, so this could be technically like the whole width. We want to do that. Should just be like the whole thing, I guess. But then 150 from the left, and then we'll cut it off like right here, I guess. So we'll do 150 from the left, and maybe like 150 from the right. No, let's do 300. I think that's how it was supposed to be, and I think this got reset somehow. So now, if you have a super long name that you've given it, that should all show up here. It won't be put on to like more than one line. And actually, we probably want to do even more than that. Because the idea is, let's go all the way back to how it was. And let's just extend this out to like 1,000. Because the idea is that we're going to have like a picture for the location on the background. You can kind of see where you were, maybe. Something like that. Now, I'm curious why all this other text is disappearing. And the clear button is clearly active, so it should be active at all times. Interesting. I wonder if it's here in the code that we're doing something. So in Awake, we are resetting the save slot. Gotcha. This isn't new game label, this is just like name label. Name label. We'll let that recompile really quick, just so we don't lose our reference in the editor. Let's swap these around a bit. So there should be the number, then the name, then the location image all across the back, then the name of the location, the percent of the game that you've completed, and the amount of time that you've been playing, and then the clear button. Cool. All right, and then back to the code. Now we can get rid of this formerly serialized as stuff because we don't need that anymore. Now here's the other thing. So we are we're turning off the location label. That's part of the problem. So I think maybe we did set that properly, just the object itself was disabled. And same with the clear button, we're turning that off as well. Why do we need to turn those off? Let's just, in fact, we shouldn't have to enable this. That should already be enabled. Interesting. I think I remember what I was doing. So I was going to get rid of the new game button, and I was going to show an empty profile slot that just says new game, so that when you click on that, it creates a new game. So right here, if the data is not equal to null, the data on this object is the save file. T is save file. So if it's not equal to null, then we call game events load game, else game events new game. That's how we handle that. But it's not actually going to create one for me. But whatever. Let's skip that. I'm sorry. Forget I did that. We'll come back to that later. I don't know that we need to. Well, okay. So clearing it is what's going to reset everything. Would we just say the location texture is null? We shouldn't have to turn that on. We should just say the text equals new game. And we do turn off the clear button. So that was planned, that the clear button would be disabled, because then up here, we want to set the clear button to active as long as the save file is not null. And this should only be called if a save file is passed in. So then we would set it to active. So we get the name, we get the location. We could even fill in like the % label, the time label, stuff like that. We'll start filling that in next. Let's just make sure all this works. Let's get rid of this plumbing region. I used to like having those, and now I don't like having that. Just kind of gets in the way sometimes. And I'm going to actually change the formatting here because I like to have these all on separate lines now. It probably looks all cleaner with just single lines, but I like to have it on separate lines now. The location image is null. The text becomes new game. The location label text becomes an empty string. The % label text becomes, what do we have it as now? be 0%. We can put those together. I don't know why that has a space between it. %. Yep, 0%. And then the time becomes 0 hours, 0 minutes. All right. So when we reset the save slot, it removes the image, it names it to new game, it makes the location string empty, it resets the % label and the time label, and it turns off the clear button because you can no longer clear a save slot that does not have any data given to it. So here we would say save events dot delete save file, and we would pass in our data, and then reset the save slot. And then the last thing we have to do is show a confirmation pop-up of, are you sure that you want to delete this? And then we can actually put this back to how it was. If data is not equal to null, then we load the game. Else, we start a new game. So that should now technically be working, except we still have to fill in this pop-up, which I can do that next. Didn't I just make changes? Don't you need to recompile? I guess it already did recompile. All right, so we're going to have to update this code so that it adds a profile for a new game. But that's fine. We'll come back to that. Let's just play and let's see what we did so far. Alrighty. Get to the start game screen, and sure enough, we now have the right profile name. We have the right location is actually up in the top. And we could hit the clear button, but that's not going to do anything at the moment because we haven't filled in where is it? We haven't filled in that what to do when the clear button is pressed. We do know what to do when we confirm that we want to clear the content. I could actually just take this code and put it there for now until we get that pop-up in there. But that's not the point. So we have a profile. We could either start a new game, or we could click on that profile and we could load that existing profile. That does seem to be working as expected. Now, one thing I don't like is the location manager. In start, it's getting the current location, and then it's loading that location. Now, the problem is it's doing that too quickly. We want that to have a slight delay to it. So why don't we just make that asynchronous? Who's actually using the load location? What I'm thinking I do is I do like a how do I want to handle this? Basically, the location scene is being loaded before the actual empty game scene. The empty game scene should be loaded first before the location scene. So technically we could do this from somewhere else. The game scene's being loaded in, and then the location manager's being spawned. So I guess make a new event here. I don't know if this is exactly how I want to handle this yet, but this is how we're going to handle it for now. So once the game scene is loaded, we would then fire. No, I don't know that I want to do it that way. Instead, I'll just have this wait a second. Wait task dot delay. We'll just say what, like a second. Type. So right when the location manager is created, it will wait for a second and then load the location. Let's just see if that fixes it. All right, so the problem is we click on this, the game scene is on top of the location scene. That actually worked. Okay, so now the game scene is not in the scene, and just the location scene is. I don't know if that's right. Do I want the game scene in the scene? I don't know how best I want to handle this. So it did work, but I'm not sure if I want the game scene to be unloaded. So to do that, we have to go to our Scene Director tool and go to the Scene SO. And the Scene Director, actually. So when told to load a scene, it then unloads whatever the current scene is. The scene is null, return. If it doesn't have any scenes, or let's say, let's give it a new Boolean, and we'll call this like persist. Let's call it persist, I guess. I don't know. So that way we can give it that. We can then implement that here in the abstract class. Persist, and we'll set it to false to begin with. Could the scene be persisted? I kind of want to change it to like keep alive or something instead of persist, but it doesn't really matter. It's going to have the same function either way. So persist. All right, and then back in the scene director, if scene dot persist or the scene sub count is less than 1, then we return. So that means if the scene type or if the scene is set to persist, then we want to keep it alive and not unload it. Hmm. Is that how I want to do this? I don't think it is, actually. I don't think I care. For it to do that. I have a different idea. Let's go back here. Instead, what if in the game manager, instead of loading that game scene, we don't need that game scene at all. We just tell the dynamic manager, the dynamic managers to load. This does not need to be asynchronous, and it'll just load that first location as the current scene. That way we just have the location scene in there. We don't even need that game scene, technically. I think that's actually the way I'd like to handle this. So we go project, scenes, the game scene. We'll just delete that because we don't need that anymore. put that back out in the scenes folder and delete this empty folder. And then project scenes game, we can delete that, and we'll put locations out there. And then in our game manager, let's make sure we don't have that reference anymore. We're not actually using it for anything. And we can get rid of it there. Make that static, make that static. So that extra empty game scene is now completely gone. We don't need it, as far as I'm concerned. Let's see if that all still works. Right? We get our liability notice, we get our autosave notice, we get to the main menu. We go and we can select this existing game, and that still works as expected. Cool. And let's try one more time, and we'll create a new game as well, just in case. Just to make sure that's all still working on all paths here. All right, and we create a new game, and we'll use Memo here. He's the last person to chat. We'll hit start, and same thing. We get back to the Sandbox A location. So cool. That's all working as expected. We no longer need that empty game scene. It was just redundant. And now, if we start the game back up again, we should actually have two profiles, one for Ranacreed and one for Memo. Let's verify that really quick. And there we go. We have two profiles, one for Memo and one for Ranacreed. And we do actually need to set the number of the profile. That would help too. And we should probably put some spacing in between them. So we'll go to the recycle view content here. The spacing's set to 5 at the moment. Let's turn off this new game view for a second. Let's create a couple new profiles just so we can kind of see what it looks like. Maybe set that to like 50. I feel like it kind of needs an outline to it too. That would probably help. How do we want to outline this? Let's just add the image component to it. And Doesn't need to be raycasted. And white will be just fine. Do we have any sort of outline sprite? No, we do not. Um, um, um. What if we just kind of make it like transparent instead? Something like that, maybe? And then each profile kind of has its own transparency to it with a little bit of separation. And this is all a scrollable list too. And it can go as long as many profiles as you create. But it'll be cut off right here. You just have to scroll down. Since I just put one more. So you can then see that like the fifth profile gets cut off a bit, but we could scroll this up and down. And then each of these will kind of have its own border to it as well. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that for now. Let's see how that looks. We can always adjust this later too. Yeah, I kind of like that better. I might even turn up the transparency a little bit, actually. Kind of a little too transparent. But now you can kind of see which one each profile is. Oh, and let's go fix the number too. That was the other thing we had to fix. So on the view, do we even have a reference to the number? I don't think we do. This location image, let's put down here. And let's then call this number label as the reference. Var index equals save file.all.index of the saved file that we just passed in. And that would return a 0. So we then want to add 1 to that. If the save file is at the first spot, it will return a 0. So we'll add a 1 to that, and then we'll just, instead of getting the index, we'll set this to the number label.text equals you have to call what, toString. Okay. Let's see if that fixes the number. And the other thing I wanted to do was we can turn up the transparency a tiny bit. So let's make it like 50 instead. Let's see how that looks. All right, so that should fix the number, and that should turn up the transparency slightly, so maybe look a little bit better. Yeah. right, start object reference not set to instance of. Oh shit! I forgot to give it the number label reference here. That's on me. So let's fill in that reference. Go back. Let's clear and play again. Whoops. All right, and when we press start, what? Oh, you know what? I think it's because of how I did the toString. So it's giving me back the index. Hold on, let me just change that really quick. So, because I should put this in parentheses, so I get back the index plus 1 as an integer, and then I take that integer and convert it to string. That was the problem. I forgot to put the parentheses. One more time. Now let's see if the numbers are correct. And there we go. Ooh, had a one-on-one with your team lead, huh? How did that go? Okay. So it wasn't anything crazy. You're just trying to communicate more. That's a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just like 10 to 15 minutes every few weeks. Yeah, it's a good idea. Then you guys stay on the same page and you can communicate like what you've been working on and stuff like that. So yeah, nice. Okay. Well, while you were gone, I don't know what you missed, but we did get profiles working here. And as you can see, we have an existing profile for your save file and an existing profile for Ranacreed. It then shows the number of the file, the name of the file, and the current location that we're at, right? So you're currently at Sandbox A, and you've beat 0% of the game, and you've been playing the game for 0 hours and 0 minutes. And if we click on your profile, it actually loads it into the game. So now we have the new game and the load game working as expected. Yeah. Making good progress. Uh-oh, you're slacking. It's going to be like 110%, bro. You gotta get the secret ending. I'm just kidding. The true ending. Yeah. Oh, you can see all these backups that we made too. Oh wait, is it generating a new GUID every time? Need to kill every NPC for the true ending. It's the like in whatchamacallit, Undertale, where you either choose to kill everyone or you choose to like be a pacifist, right? Now there's a problem here I just realized with backing up. The GUID should be the same exact GUID. So let's go look at that really quick. That would be under the save file factory. No one is using this create. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So how are we backing up then? The file save system. When told to back up. Wait, who's calling back up first? Okay. So when told to back up. Oh, whoops. Oh, I see what we're doing. We're just serializing the save file that came in. But what we want to do is say backup save file equals save file factory dot create, and we pass in that save file. So we create another save file from the save file that's passed in. That then creates a new save file with the same ID, and then it fills in all the existing data, how it's supposed to be filled in. Now we actually want to use that backup. So the serialized backup is the backup save file. Okay. So that is fixed. We still haven't fixed the encryption and hashing and stuff. I still don't understand why it would work in one place and not another project. So let's go ahead and delete all these save files now. Let's go back here, let that recompile. And let's re-export those packages. And then next we can move on to actually spawning the player character at the starting point of the location. And that way the character can then move around to a different place to save, or to another location entirely, save the game, and then we can quit and then reload that game, but at the last place that we saved. We can also test that our location system is working as expected. So if we try to go from the Sandbox A location to the Sandbox B location, it should seamlessly load the Sandbox B location and then unload the Sandbox A location because it's no longer needed for the time being. We're making good progress today. Making good progress. I don't think I need this anymore. In fact, let's go delete that new empty project because there's no point in using it. It did not prove anything to me other than what was already happening in the Midnight Sun project. And also delete this text file of encryption keys that I was trying to look at, or just verify that they were the same. That's not needed anymore. Just wait for this to export all those Unity packages. So we're getting pretty close, Memo. We have the whole working game loop now, where we can start a new game or load an existing game. Next, we're going to try to get a player character to spawn. And in fact, the player character is already spawning in. It's just disabled because it doesn't know where what vector it should be at. So it stays disabled until someone says, hey, this is the point that you're supposed to be at. So technically, the player's already spawning in, and then we can kind of test what happens if we go to a different location and we save the game. Can we then restart the game and load into that new location that we just saved at? Which we're getting very close here. Very, very close. All right, import that in. Now the save backups will be set up properly like they're supposed to be. And I'll show you actually. Let me play the game. So we'll have to create a new game here because I just deleted all the save files because I noticed that there was a slight issue with them. So we will create a new game once we get there. Create a new game. What happened? The canvas group is null? Did I... Maybe I forgot to turn that so there's like an input window that comes up when you press new game so that you can enter the name of your game. I must have forgot to, yeah, I left it disabled. That's the problem. All right, so let's enable that. That fixes that issue. And let's try this again. And we'll open the persistent data path, the saves folder. And as you can see, the folder is empty. We have no saves yet. So we go to the start game, we press new game, and there's that window. We can then enter memo as the name for our game. We press start, and we load into Sandbox A. And as you can see over here, we do have a sandbox player that was spawned in, but it's grayed out because it's not active at the moment. But we do, in fact, have a player in the scene. He just doesn't know where he should be, or she should be. We are... Dang. The wifey is really having a hard time at work today. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to send her a quick message. I don't even know what to say here. Oh. What happened? Did the ambience not loop? I think the ambience isn't looping. But so we have our sandbox player. We just need to tell him where in the scene he should start. And then that would set him active, and it would actually even make the camera start following the player and stuff like that. Um, and now, oh shit. And all the encryption and stuff got turned back on. I forgot it was going to do that. I should probably disable all that by default until I figure out how to get that working properly. Give me a second. I gotta send a quick text here. One more second, guys. I'm just sending a quick text to the wifey. She's having a rough day, and I'm just trying to be supportive for her really quick because she's not having a hard time right now. Okay, rough stuff happening. Sorry, guys, I don't mean to be on my phone, but my wife is having a really rough time right now. Uh, I don't mean to be sitting here texting her, but I guess there's a coworker that's being a complete jerk ass, and my wife tried to stand up to her because of how she treats my wife and everyone else in the office. Um, and now there's a huge issue where she's trying to deny all of her wrongdoing. Um, and my wife is very frustrated at that because she feels like she doesn't even want to work there anymore. Um, yeah, man. Okay, that's rough. I'll talk to her a little bit later though. I think I have. Yeah, I know, right? I hate when people are like that. It's like I guess she was this coworker is like making underhanded comments, stuff like, "Well, I heard you were really smart, but I'm not going to argue that right now." Is one of the things my wife sent me as an example, and it's like, bro, why do people have to be like that? Like, obviously, she was hired for the position that she's doing, or there's clearly some other issue going on with you that makes you have to treat people like that. Anyways, I'm just hoping everything works out in an amicable way, because my wife is stressing at the moment that she like might get let go or something. That's rough. Okay. Um, we have to delete your save file again, because it's encrypted and it's not going to show up right now. And we don't want that. All communication. So I guess this coworker has a long history of doing this to other people and getting them to leave. And my wife is like the first one that's actually sticking up for herself, and now she's having the coworker's having a huge issue with that. She needs to assert her dominance or something. So, uh, so okay. I think maybe my wife has a plan of action going forward. So yeah, hopefully that gets better. Let you know. All right, so we deleted your save file. We have to recreate it, unfortunately. Yeah, I've had coworkers like that too in the past. That is awful. It's shitty to deal with. So where were we? We're gonna recreate your save file because I had yeah, that's exactly what I told her is you should be documenting everything. And that's kind of the plan of action that she came up with too is she's going to ask the boss to ensure that all communication between them is like through email going forward. That way she cannot like come and verbally talk down to her. And if she comes and verbally talks to her, she wants to like record the conversation and stuff too. So I don't know if she's allowed to actually record the conversation or not without like written approval. But everything being done through email, I think, would be a good step or a good actionable step there. All right, so we created a new save file for Memo. This time it should not be encrypted. And now we should be able to start again. I kind of forget what we were testing. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're testing that the backup is created with the same GUID like it's supposed to be, which I have no doubt that it will be now. In fact, we can already go check that, I think. No, I guess not. But there is Memo's file, and there is no current location. That's odd. Did we do something to the location manager? Oh, man, I'm like all thrown off now. No, the location manager is still there. Let's see. Yeah, so right here. Oh, you know what we forgot to do is we should be loading the first location. Because if that location does not exist in your save file, it will be added at that time. But then this would be an empty string, and then we would not get a location from the location manager using the empty string. It's not going to match the name of the location. So we would say if string.is null or white space for the current location name, we'll initialize that variable there. And we'll say if not null or white space, then we set it there. Else we just say it's the very first location in the list. And yeah, actually we can just do that in the nicer syntax here. And now we can put that back to there, so it doesn't have to be initialized there. So we get the location name from your save file. If it's not null or empty or white space, then we check all the locations that we have and we find the location that has the same name. If it does not exist in your save file, then we are setting it to the very first location in the list. And then this, instead of no locations, let's be more specific. No current location to load. because that means we failed to find either the default location or whatever the current location was in your save file. Okay. And I'm also confused because when we started the new game, it should have actually added that to the save file, and then the save file should have been saved when we stopped running the game. It's confusing that it didn't do that. So I deleted the existing save file again. Let's try to go through this one more time. All right, so we start a new game. We use my name this time. And we start. And if we open up the save file, there is the save file, but it doesn't have the current location in it. But when we stop running, oh, I realize why it's not saving anymore, because we're not using that game scene anymore. When we stop running, though, that should have been updated, and it was not. Okay, and that's because we're not using that empty game scene anymore. How do we want to do that? I did like the idea of using that empty game scene. I guess what I'm wondering is, should not the... When we stop playing, the save manager should be calling on application quit and then saving. And for some reason it's not. Why wouldn't it? It was just working before. Man, I'm not even in the right mindset anymore. This is so annoying. I might even call it here and then go eat something and then come back and play some games or something. I think I need to, instead of game development, I think I need to play some games today. Maybe we'll start Dark Souls. Oh, okay. You know the feeling. And I felt like I was making good progress too. Now I'm just like, I'm kind of like bummed out and like upset for my wife and stuff. Throws you off. I don't think I need that anymore. Let me try to do some cleanup here. Go to the main menu. That was the object. We don't need that anymore. So I think I do want a game scene. Nope, not a new behavior. Whoops. That's not what I meant to make. A new scene called game. And How do I want to make sure that this scene stays alive? Basically, the only person who needs to know about it is the game manager. And I'm thinking maybe this scene should not be addressable. It should just be in the build because it's an empty scene anyway. But I might put like UI and stuff into it. So if that's the case, I would like it to be addressable. So I guess I do add, I'm going to go back to my scene director project here. And I think I am going to add that ability to keep a scene alive. We're going to call it keep alive this time. Should the scene be persisted when loading other scenes? And we will initially set it to false. Keep alive. And let's go ahead and implement that. And let's point it to the boolean. Oops, I kept it as an int. It should be a bool. And that should be a bool. All right. Now we have keep alive. And then the scene director, if scene.keepAlive or scene subcount is less than 1, we return. This is kind of my idea that this way when we load the location scene, the game scene will be marked as keep alive, so it will not be unloaded. It'll be kept in the background of the scene. Now, one thing I don't like about that, though, I'm thinking maybe I move this interface and the scriptable object to the core project. That way, other projects can use it, like the Dynamic Managers project. Could then have a game scene that it references. I don't know. Or I could just keep it as like I put it in the build settings. No, because I'm gonna have assets in it. It's not just gonna be empty. I also don't even think that this is the problem, actually, thinking it through. Let's get rid of that for now. Remove that again. Move that again. I can't think well right now. So what I'm thinking then I'm thinking of building it into the dynamic manager, that he could have a reference to a game scene of some kind. And I can't reference a scene in the I can't reference a scene asset in here, so instead I have to just do it by name. Game scene. An optional game scene to load actually, I think I like this. And I can then make an addressable dynamic manager. Let's do it like this. So under the addressable project, let's make an addressable dynamic manager. No. We don't need to do that. We just need to do in the addressable dynamic manager profile, we can give it an asset reference to a game scene. Empty an optional game scene to load when an optional game scene to load before loading the dynamic managers. An optional game scene to load / unload with the dynamic manager. So let's do that. Okay, I think I like that. So then when told to load, what we would do first is how do we, if game scene is not equal to null, equals game scene dot load scene async, right? Okay. I think that's how I do it in the other one. And by not passing in additive, it then loads it by itself. I don't even think we need the operation handle. Well, maybe we do. We want to wait until that scene is fully loaded. So we would say the scene equals load scene async, and then while not scene dot is done, we make this async, we can await task dot yield. So that way, oh no, in fact, we don't even have to do that. We can just call wait for completion. Right? Yeah. Okay. So we can just say if the game scene is not equal to null, and we can do it the nice syntax too. So if the game scene is not null, load the scene async and wait for completion before we then instantiate the dynamic managers. That might actually conflict with my scene director, though, because the scene director will then try to unload. Maybe I just set it to additive. Load scene mode additive. Because then the scene director, because if we don't load it additive, if we unload all existing scenes and load this scene by itself, the scene director, when told to load the location, will try to unload the current scene that it still has reference to, which will be the main menu. And that will no longer be there, and it will hit an error. So if the game scene is not null, we load it additively, we wait for completion, and then we can even set it as the main. It doesn't even need to be set as the main scene. That's fine. It just needs to be loaded additively, I believe. Then, in fact, that should probably happen up here. Then, right here, we then unload the scene, wait for completion, and then unload all the dynamic managers. And this doesn't have to be async. Okay, I think I like that. I don't know that that's exactly the right way that I should handle this, but for now, we're going to go with that, because we want to move on here. I also don't know that that's going to fix the issue that I was hitting. All right, let's export all those packages. And while I'm exporting those again, I'm going to step away for a quick break, guys. Now's a good time to go get some water, go get some snacks, something to drink, especially if it's hot out for you. Take a stretch break. I'm going to go do the same. I will be back in a few moments, and then we will get back to this. Alright, sorry about that, guys. I am back. Just needed to take a quick stretch break there. Got some more water and stuff. We got these packages exported. Let's get back to our desktop scene here. And let's then go import that package into the Midnight Sun project. Voice kind of keeps cutting out for me too. I'm going to adjust something. I think that's how it's supposed to be. That should be a little bit better. Okay, cool. Then we want to double check our save manager because we know that those settings are going to be reset. Even though we're creating a prefab variant from it, for some reason it keeps updating the original object as well. It's very frustrating. And then we're going to have a game scene. In fact, we'll just do this. We'll go to the Git repo in the source tree, and we will undo the deletion of that scene. Down here somewhere. Scenes, the game scene SO asset. So let's undo all of that, discard that, and then for the scene itself, the game scene, we will discard that as well. And if we go back into Unity, that game scene should still be there. It'll be the same one as before. And under the scene scriptable objects, which the location should go under, we should then have that game scene, and it's not marked as addressable for some reason. Go figure out why. Scenes menu. Oh, probably because I deleted that folder, so it got deleted out of here too. So that should go there. And we'll simplify the name to game. Then we have the game scene and all the location scenes. So now all of those are addressable like they should be. Cool. All right, so then we save the project. And then last but not least, I'm going to go to our addressable dynamic managers profile. This is the one in the project. And then here we can add in that game scene. In fact, yeah, okay, let's just do it like that for now. Let's see if that's all working. Let's double check we have all of our references in here correctly. I think so. That's the dynamic manager we're using. And it does have the game scene now. So now if we start running, when we start a new game or load an existing game, that game scene should be loaded back in again. We can exit source tree. We'll come back to that later so I can save my place. Shit. Unload scene async. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. But it is. Or maybe the asset needs to be loaded first. I'm not sure that makes sense to me. Anyways, let's try to load an existing game. And the game scene was not loaded. Oh, shoot. I guess I'm going to go back to how I had it before. rebuild that. Let's go back here to the game manager. And that should have... yep, there we go. And then in fact, I don't think I'm going to put this here. I think I will put this on a script inside the game scene. That way the game scene has to load first, and then we will load the dynamic managers. Rick, I don't know. I can't think this through anymore right now. I'm like totally derailed. I felt like I was making good progress today. And the game scene's still there. Okay. What if we take all these? In fact, I'd rather have the game scene at the bottom, because the first three are all menu scenes, and then that's the game scene. We can move the credits up here, because you might go straight to the credits from the main menu. You can go to like the extras page and then go look at the credits. And then when you actually start a game, we're going to load that game scene. I wonder if we could make this... How can I... this is in the regular one. And I'm really having trouble thinking this through now. I think we built that, so let's re-export the packages. We don't need that anymore. We're not testing the save system anymore. We know that the save system's working, and for some reason the encryption and compression and hash verification works in the Dark Matter Studios project, just not the Midnight Sun project. So we kind of disabled all those for now. In fact, just so I can make this easier on myself so I don't forget to keep turning it off each time, I should update the original save manager not to use those features. music back up here. I had it too low. Add that. Let's switch over to some video game lo-fi. Ugh. Alright, we've been going for almost 4.5 hours here too. That's not too bad. Getting my phone set back up here. So what I was going to do is update the save manager to turn off, or specifically the file save system, to turn off hash verification and compression and encryption for the time being. Then we can export that. Oh, I see why it would update that in the other project, why that's not sticking. Because I'm using the same scriptable object. I forgot. And I probably don't need to do that. I can probably just put all of these underneath the file save system as is. Too much to update. This is what I want to get rid of. We want to pass these, so serializer, cryptography, compression, and encryption. So every racks, save system. This is then going to be an abstract save system. And it will have a constructor that takes an I serializer, I cryptography, I compression, and I encryption, as well as these other values. And it'll be an iSave system. And let's implement all those numbers really quick. But we're really just going to make them abstract, so that anyone who inherits from this has to then implement them themselves. Abstract. Two more. Abstract. And again, Those all need to be protected now. And then take all that, put in here. Make sure it's all the right variable now. Add our missing references. Unity engine application. And then basically we want, what am I looking for? I want that. And those can also all be protected. Boom. And then let's set them. Serializer, cryptography equals cryptography, compression equals compression, and encryption equals encryption. Alright, and this can actually be protected too. That way you cannot create a new save system. Well, you couldn't anyway because it's abstract. And then this we can update to be a save system. And a lot of things will fail. What we want to add, all of that here. Import all those missing references. We don't need to set any of this. What we do need to do is make sure we call the base and pass all that in. Let's put it on a new line here so we can see what we're doing. Cryptography, compression, encryption, directory, save extension, backup saved extension. Yeah, all of these won't have matching parameters, so let's add them. And get rid of the settings object. And wow, those all added in a very weird order. Serializer, cryptography, compression, encryption. The serializer to use. The cryptography to use for hash verification. Cryptography. The compression to use. Compression. And the encryption to use. Let's just say the cryptography. And then we can take all this and we can put it on this guy. And then these all have to be overrides now. There's the annotations. Override, override, Override. 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 We no longer need the settings object. We no longer need any of that. We do need this file system, though. That's fine. These will all be the protected properties now. Shit, that's why I used the settings object. So let's put that up here, actually. This comes from... Let's call this settings. Okay. And then update all this to the right protected properties now. Just the serializer if use compression. Now we can shorten all of these. It's going to look a lot cleaner. Trajectory. This might actually help us debug it too. All right, perfect. And then the file system. Move all those to here. Add the missing references. And instead of passing in the settings, we pass in the serializer SO, the cryptography SO, the compression SO, and the encryption SO. And that should all now work as expected. And then we can get rid of these settings. No longer need that. Oh, you know what? In fact, we can move all of this to here. I just want to make all those public. And then the file save system doesn't need any of that. It passes in the capital version of those. I'm just kind of refactoring here to clean this up because my mind is not working too well on the other stuff, and I kind of just need to do something easy to hopefully get myself back into this. Don't need reference to any of that. All its right references. And it's still not going to work how I expect it to, but that's fine. We got rid of the settings. That's just one less class to worry about. And let's build that. And back to this class. Now that should update so it's not under like separate stuff. It should just all be one thing. Oh, one thing I did forget though. Is, oh, these can be made read-only actually, that's awesome. And then how do I want to pass those in? Basically, all that needs to be up here. And I guess we need to pass that in here. And all of these are going to be, all of those are going to be a bool. We'll call this one use verification. I guess we don't even need that because they're public up here. Oh no, they're not gonna be up here. That's right. Put all those there. We get rid of them from here, and now we have to pass that in. Use compression equals false and bool use encryption equals false. Cool. And then just to be nice and neat, let's put all these on their own separate line. Especially when you have a lot of parameters being passed in, it's nice to put everything on its own separate line here. And you can really see what's going on. And then we'll say use hash verification equals use hash verification, use compression equals use compression, and use encryption equals use encryption. Boom. Alright, so those are all being set. They have no matching parameters. Let's add that. And use encryption, use encryption. save file data. And then we can take those and we can plug them in here, I believe. Where else do we need that? I think we're going to need it here. There. And then we grab these. Paste them there. Oh, we can actually do all three at once. Boom. And it's, I'll figure out the formatting later. Then a save system SO should then have those values, and a file save system SO should then pass in those values. Alright, that looks nice. We have all that set up in here now. And all that set up in here. And all these on their own line too, just to make it look nicer. That's fine. We don't need. Boom. Okay. That should do it. We build that, we go back to this project. Oh man, Barb is playing Ruben? Oh. I have to take a break and go watch him for a bit. Alright, so then we have a file save system that's going to use the Newtonsoft serializer, SHA-256 cryptography, gzip compression, and the AES encryption, and we will turn off using those things by default. And then if we go to the save manager, that just has a save system. The save system then has all of its dependencies and settings underneath it. And then settings for if it should save on pause or save on quit. Nice, so that's a lot, it's actually a lot cleaner that way. There's not like an extra class, we clean some code up. I like that. And it was just kind of something easy to do that I needed to do to just kind of reset my mind here. There we go. All right, so now that we've done that, we want to go to the save project. The runtime to the scriptable objects. Where did we have those save settings? Did I already delete the object? I guess I did. Interesting. All right, let's export that